Hello everybody, welcome back to Celeste. Last time, actually let me turn down Celeste a little bit for you all. Last time, we, moved on from 6A, and now we're doing 7A. Specifically the golden berries. That's what I mean when I say that. So, let's see if I can actually be good at this game. And note, I haven't played in a while, so yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm sorry, my game just crashed. Why? Why did you crash? That's a load of bull. Okay, we're back. My game just crashed. I don't know why, but it did. But as I was trying to say earlier, I have not played this in a while. So please, forgive me for sucking at the game. Bam, 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 bam. By the way, I have spent longer on this and had more deaths than the game has counted, because in the past, my game also crashed in a similar manner. Okay. Okay. No! Okay, well that was pretty far for my first attempt. Okay, some of the movement is coming back to me. Bam, into bam, into bam. Into bam. I'm just gonna let this cutscene play every time. Because then I have a break. Okay. We keep going. Why am I dying there? That's not even that hard. I regret everything. Okay, we keep going. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay. My hands are getting sweaty, even though I haven't even done much. So I don't know how to feel about this. Okay. Okay, this time, please do not die here. Thank you. Okay. That's the second part of Farewell Down. I'm surprised I got that on my first try today. No! Really? That's how I die? That's frustrating. go. Shabam. Okay. Become one with the mountain. Okay. See, that is why I don't do what is intended, because it's a lot scarier than just... We don't talk about that, okay? We don't. That's illegal. We also don't talk about that. I will say, I think the break I had from this game is helping my mental attitude a lot. Because I'm not familiar with the... Well, I am familiar with the controls, but it's like... I haven't been practicing a lot, so I'm giving myself more leeway mentally. Okay. Oh gosh, okay. Really? See, this is what happens when I try and get fancy. Oh, I'm getting worse. You know what I'm going to do? I'm probably only going to bookmark when I've gotten particularly far in a run and die. Because future me always dislikes editing these. Because I try to keep every death in, even though I could probably cut it down a large amount. So, like, unless it's a very far along the line, death or somehow one that's very impressive, I probably won't mark it down. Which will save me a lot of headache in the future. That and ad breaks. By the way, if you hear rumbling, it's because I'm holding my controller very close to my desk, and sometimes I'll let it naturally rest. And then the controller vibrates from a dash or something. Okay. 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 Okay, that was pretty damn far. I'm happy with that. Oh god, I'm bad at this game. And also, I'm having to stop myself from instinctively just reaching over every time to mark a death, because I've done that for basically every other Golden Berry attempt video I've done. Okay. I'm willing to skip the cutscenes since I've played the level a bit more. And I'm consistently getting back to here. Or like somewhat consistently. I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Bleh. Okay. No! Come on! Really? The dust bunnies are evil. I'm gonna say that right now. Okay, keep going. Okay. That was just me being dumb. Okay. I have a genuine question. Fuck. Can you, like, import files over, like, the basic Twitch things of, like, moderators and stuff? Like, could you replace the sword icon with something else? Could you replace the VIP icon with something else? I cannot tell you how badly I want to put on my left headphone. It's so frustrating not having it on because I can hear myself more clearly, and I can hear how loud I'm being. And I can also hear my AC going, which somewhat frustrating. Also, I can't hear everything going on perfectly, so it's somewhat frustrating. Oh, why are my hands so sweaty? Oh my god. Okay. Let me readjust. Hold on. There we go. I held up left there, that's... I think it also helps my sanity not to keep marking things down. Like, when I'm playing other games, it makes sense for me to mark stuff down, but... with Celeste, every time I mark down a death that happens in the recording and stream... it's a little hard to deal with. Because somewhere internally, I am keeping track of how many times I've done it. Even if I don't have an exact number, I can be like small amount, medium amount, big amount, large amount, and just so on and so forth. But since I'm not mentally keeping track of that, just due to not marking down every single death I have, it is nice. It lets me be less frustrated. Because I'll be frustrated if I'm playing this game on my own. But it's a different kind of frustration because it's just like, it's not like me genuinely getting mad. It's just like, okay, I've done this a while. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Hi, Ren. How are you doing? You going squeamish? Just chilling. Fair enough. Okay. Okay, fall. No! I was trying to land back on safe ground because I messed that up, but I forgot that it... Okay. That's one of the deaths I'm willing to mark down because that's later into the level. How have the runs been going? Well, I only started like 40-ish minutes ago. My game crashed after my first death in the game. So, I don't know what happened there. Like, I got a crash log and everything. And this isn't the first time that's happened, so I'm wondering why Celeste specifically. Fuck. Like, other games will crash. Do you still have that crash log? I mean, technically. But I think I have the crash log. Maybe it was like an integer overflow? I don't know. That's like the only thing I can think of. What? Back. like, if anything were to crash, I would have thought it would have been my OBS, but no, it was specifically Celeste, and I don't get why. So I could look if you're curious. Once my next death happens, I'll see if I can find you the... crash log. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is where most of my runs have halted. Like I said, that's where most of them stop. Wait, no, Bren, I was supposed to get you the crash log. Shit. Sorry. Here, let me, where are your things? So Ren, here's the thing. I don't have nitro, so I can't. I'd have to send it to you in parts. There. That should be the error log. You still there, Bren? Burb? Okay. Fuck! I didn't mean to hold that direction! God damn it! Okay. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm just wanting to get this done with. Because I do not want this to turn into another 6A Goldenberry situation. Where I spent more than 3 streams on it. I will say, a lot of this level can be done with 1 dash. I'm not saying all of it, just a lot of it. Like, this segment you can't do with only 1 dash. Like, specifically that tiny segment. A lot of that level I could. But almost that entire room I could do dash, like, without 2 dashes. Okay. Then we fall down here. And this is where I died last time. And I made it farther. No! I swear I didn't move that much! Come on! Come on! Controller! My controller disconnected. That's infuriating. I thought that was a platform! Shit! Come on. That was too close for comfort. I didn't even try there. I didn't even try. And I did try, I'm just saying, like, my instincts were not in there in that moment. Okay. Oh! I'm very surprised I saved that. Even after I saved the gosh dang thing in the Dream Blocks area, I still die there. I don't like the dust bunnies. Like, gameplay-wise. And I'm not even saying they're bad designs, they're just frustrating to deal with. Like, it's good game design. I'm just like, ugh. Okay. Okay. Okay, controller, can we not do that? My controller disconnected as I went through the dream block. Which I'd rather it do it in a safe area, but it's still frustrating that it happened at all. Ugh. I think because of how much the controller vibrates, it keeps knocking loose the cord I have plugged into it, such as that. What the fuck? You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. I'm doing it wirelessly. But comparatively, this level isn't nearly as hard as some of the other levels I've played. It's just long. And that's the main issue of it. Is that is an endurance test. Though I know the ultimate endurance test is gonna be farewell. Ugh. Come on. No, I'm messing up at the beginning. I'm getting too impatient. Why? Why am I like this? Okay. Let's keep going. I dashed too close to the sun, and that was my downfall. No! Why did I jump there? Why did I jump there? Why? I'm such a dumbass! getting impatient. Ugh. Come on. Okay. See, when I get a run going, I get a run going. It's just not being an impatient bastard that gets me. Or being an impatient bastard. Okay. Okay, down. Okay, I think I've got that part down now. Heck! I dashed too soon! No! I tried overcompensating. Okay. Ugh, really? Okay, I tried doing something new there. That was not the plan. Just stick with what you know. That's the first time I've died there. So at least I'm keeping it interesting. Or at least, to my memory, that's the first time I've died there. Okay. No! Really? Just note, there is such a thing as going too fast in this game. And I have just demonstrated it. Because then you'll make mistakes like me. Heck. Why? I was holding the exact same direction I was before. Ugh. I'm trying to go Noom just so that I can get to the new parts faster, but and by new parts, I mean parts that aren't the first part of the level. I don't know why that feels like it's faster, even though it probably isn't. Blech. Ugh. Ugh. I'm trying to go fast, and it's not good. I should not try to Noom, but at the same time Noom fun. So I don't know how to feel. Ugh, come on. Ugh. Stop trying to go for speedrun tricks. I'm having to tell myself that constantly. Because, oh my god. Really? Ugh. Even the stuff that shouldn't be killing me is killing me. Why? I was holding right. See, this is why I don't play this much, is because I just go silent. Because I'm trying to focus. And because I'm silent, no one wants to engage. Why did I do that? Sorry, I'm kind of just taking a second. Okay. Just play it safe. Stop trying to go Noom. I'm having to tell myself that because I won't listen to my own advice. Hey, oh, how goes this Celeste Golden? It goes! That's really the only answer I can give. It goes and goes and goes. Exactly. Anyway, how are you, buddy? Honestly, having someone to chat to might help improve my gameplay just because I have been stuck with my own thoughts. Doing good. Was just playing guitar, now eating cereal and tea. See, I heard cereal and tea, and I'm assuming like you have your your cereal and your tea. Like, but my brain thought you're eating cereal with a tea base, even though I know that's most likely not correct. Yeah, I figured it wasn't together. My brain just was like, this sounds pretty fun. Have peanut butter on my cereal. I don't think I've ever done that. Mainly because I'm not a big cereal person. I'm lactose intolerant, so I couldn't eat it with deer. Ah! I understand now. See, I'm not that big of a fan of milk to begin with, so... For me, fake milk isn't a downgrade necessarily. What's your personal best on this level? 2,000 meters. In terms of the Golden Berry. In terms of the regular level, I've beaten it. Okay, this is as far as I've made it today. Farthest I've made it today. And twice, to answer your question, because you were in ad jail, the farthest I've made it is 2,000 meters. In terms of the Golden Berry, in terms of the regular level, I've beaten it with every collectible. New personal best for today, for today. Okay. New person. Okay, this is as far as I got last time. So give me a second to drink some water. No! Controller! What? My controller was having delayed inputs. What the fuck? God damn it! I'm actually so frustrated because that wasn't my fault. The controller had delayed inputs. And I don't know why it chose then to do that, but... I saw the spikes, they jumped right out at you. What do you mean by that? Like... Doggo is confused. Was a joke that the spikes moved. Okay. I mean, clearly it's not my fault. Clearly the spikes moved. The thing is, I figured it was a joke. I just had to make sure. You do much practice on the individual sections? Not really. It probably would help, but I'm too lazy. That and stubborn. I think two of the only levels I actually went out of this mode and practiced the individual sections, well, no, three, were 3A, 5A, and 6A. That was the scariest way I've done that level. This level is the second longest after Farewell, if I am not mistaken, unless maybe the B-side is long. I'm not entirely sure. What? I know there's probably a way just to go from the left to the right there, but I'd rather play it safe. God! I was so close to getting back to the... At least... I'm at least getting farther. Okay, controller Y. Thank you for the dance twice. You're a good hecking meow meow. Probably the best default Twitch emote. Yes, I agree with this. I also had someone actually me in a YouTube comment section about me finding a way to make the controls of the game work for me, even though the controls of the game are notoriously janky. Not this game, a different game. And then someone in the comment was like, actually, well, they didn't say actually, but they were like, you didn't make the controls work. The controls work, just not perfectly. And I'm like, you didn't even understand what I meant by that, did you? Because when I say I found a way to make the controls work, I meant like, a lot of people have issues with the controls, so I just found a method that makes them work for me. Not necessarily like, oh, I reprogrammed it. And so, without even knowing that distinction, they decided to actually me. I refused to reply to that comment that they made on my comment just because... I feel like that is like a 5-year-old doing that. I know it's probably not a 5-year-old, but they act like one. Also, hello, Winter. How are you today? And twice, to answer your question, Sonic and the Secret Rings Because a lot of people despise that game for the controls. And I still like the game. Even if the controls are a bit jank, I still had a lot of fun with it. Because, like I said, I found a way to make the controls work for me. Because a lot of people fight against the controls. Whereas I found a way to, like... I found a way to have the controls actually make sense even among the jank. So that person who actually'd me, I'm so confused why they felt the need to actually me. Because they didn't have to. I got work in a couple hours, but I'm okay. Well, I hope you're safe, Winter. And that kids do not ruin your gosh dang thing. Because I've seen the photos you've sent me and they scare me. Rune, what now? Well, you sent me a photo of, like, one of the aisles at your work being completely trashed. Yeah, because it's stupid. Deciding to have a fight with shaving cream. Ugh. Okay. No, yeah, I played that with Wiimote controls. It was funny how bad they were. Well, the Wiimote was the only way to play that game. And the thing is, I don't blame the developers for how much they probably sucked, because Oh, I had assumed they had come out on other systems. Nope, Wii only. Heck, the reason that game even existed was because Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 wouldn't run on Wii consoles. So they split up the dev team and had one part of the... and have had half of the dev team split up to work on the Sonic Storybook games. So everyone who's like, oh, why did you even make Sonic and the Secret Rings? One, that's the reason why. And two, that explains why both Sonic and the Secret Rings, Sonic and the Black Knight, and Sonic 06 are janky. It's because the dev team had been split up. That and probably not enough time. Or funding. But one of the major reasons is the fact that the team was split up. I wonder if either of the games would have turned out better if both teams worked together. Probably! But here's the thing. Say whatever you want about the gameplay. The story of the storybook games are phenomenal. That and Sonic and the Secret Rings had its own version of Mario Party that, in all honesty, I probably would enjoy more than actual Mario Party. I know, scandalous, but it's true. Hell, if you want to know how much I like Sonic and the Secret Rings, for one of my birthdays, our copy of it had been broken. So I asked if I could order it off of Amazon. Because I genuinely enjoy that game. A lot of people would be like, why? But one, I grew up on that game, and two, it's good, so fuck you. To get it the second time, that is dedication. Yeah! People are like, oh, you... If anyone asks, like, oh, you don't actually like Sonic and the Secret Rings, fucking fight me. I bought the game twice. Well, I didn't buy the game twice, but we got the game twice. Nope. Come on! That one is just... Ugh. I had gone so... At least I'm getting better at that section. But yeah, no. Everyone who... Like, there is a fan project version of that game that does remap everything to a controller. And, like, does some quality of life features. Which I can approve of. The thing is, I'm still probably gonna play the original for the sole factor that some of the graphical decisions they made in that game I'm not fond of. Like, in the remake, I mean. Because in Sonic and the Secret Rings, Sonic doesn't spin jump. But they made it in the, like, fan remaster that he does do the spin jump, and he has a glowing blue aura around him, and for some reason, in my brain, I'm just like, that's wrong. Your Sonic don't do spin jump? Well, here's the thing! I've played Sonic games where he spin jumps, and I'm perfectly okay with that. It is specifically Sonic and the Secret Rings and Sonic and the Black Knight that at least when he jumps off the ground, I don't want him spin jumping. Because he doesn't do that in those games. And I don't know why that's such a pet peeve I have. That, and in trying to update the graphics, I know this is gonna sound weird. Some of the roughness of it got deleted. And, like, they changed some of the lighting in certain areas. They made the character models shading different, and I'm like, this is wrong, because the original, even if it wasn't the most graphically intense, the style of it was immaculate, and I would argue the roughness of it added to the feeling of it being a storybook. So, like, am I glad people will likely try out the Reignited project and actually come to like Sonic and the Secret Rings? Yes! Also, I prefer the art style of the original. Like, genuinely, when certain games are remastered or remade from the ground up, sometimes they lose something the original had. I can't explain it, it's just... Hell, one of my favorite games of all time! The remaster, I love it to bits. Except for one tiny detail that no one... I'm pretty sure no one except me who played that game... like I needed it to survive on the PlayStation 2, would notice. And that is the fact that in the Kingdom Hearts 2 remake, Roxas's battle cries are replaced with Ventus's. And you'd be like, okay, what's the big deal? They're the same voice actor. The delivery is different. Because Ventus is more lighthearted than Roxas. And his cries reflect that. But the original Kingdom Hearts 2 Roxas, his voice lines were more gritty, more like in anguish, I would say. Like, it's hard to describe what I mean. Unless you hear the comparison. And so, like, do I prefer the remake of Kingdom Hearts 2? Absolutely. But it isn't perfect solely for the fact that they changed Roxas's battle cries. And, like, effort sounds. I know that's a weird reason to get hung up on something. Especially when the character is voiced by the same person. Like, both characters are voiced by the same person. But it's how I feel. Fuck! I went too soon. That and the Sonic Colors remake. They added way too much bloom on that. The music in the game doesn't sound as good as the original did. And apparently the gameplay is just worse overall, which makes me sad. Also, they added unnecessary time trial shit with, like, Metal Sonic. I'm like, that wasn't a needed element in the game. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against remakes or remasters. I'm just saying if you're going to do them, you need to do them carefully. Because yes, sometimes something does need to be removed. But just make sure it's not something important. And I will also say this, Sonic Unleashed, specifically the Wii and PS2 version, will always hold a special place in my heart, solely for the fact that that was how I first played Sonic Unleashed. I haven't played the Xbox 360 version. I will say, going on rants like this does help me play better, because it's... my attention isn't solely devoted to this game. And so I can kind of just let my instincts take over a little more. Which is helpful in certain circumstances. Where I'm not having to constantly think about, okay, I have to press this direction, then this direction, then this direction. Be careful of this. I can just let my muscle memory kick in. How was that not far enough? I can understand that thinking too much can make it harder. Yeah, I think that's why... certain games I've played on here have actually been easier than when I play them by myself. Gotta let the right side of your brain take over. Well, it's kind of like how you'll walk and talk. And by talking while walking, you feel less exhausted because your brain is focused on something else. Or like listening to music or watching a video because your brain isn't fully focused on walking. Oh, I will also say the timer in the top left doesn't help either. Okay. Why doesn't the timer help? Because it adds stress, because I know how fast I've gotten through it in the past. And therefore, if I'm behind, then I know I'm doing something wrong. Even though I'm just trying to go for a deathless. Like, if I were trying to speedrun, the timer would help. But I'm just trying to do a deathless run right now. But the reason why I even pay attention to the time is, one, because at heart, I do like going fast. But two, it's to make sure I'm not wasting everyone's time. Or at least that's the justification I have internally. Gotta go fast. Honestly, I do blame Sonic for my love of going fast in games. Why? I'm doing the same thing I do every time. Which, fun fact, that was not a catchphrase he had until one of his shows. I can't remember which specific show it was, but one of the Sonic shows is where the coin gotta go fast first came from. And I don't even think Sonic said it. At least if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong about that. Why? I think it was in the theme song show Sonic X. Yeah, that's where I want to say it first came from, but it could have easily come from The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog or the Sat I Am series. Which is why I didn't want to say Sonic X. Because I don't know if it came before Sonic X. Also, say whatever you want about 4Kids and their dubbing. Their theme songs went hard. Like, for Kirby Right Back At Ya, I've listened to the original theme of the series, and while it definitely fits the tone of Kirby more, because it's more jovial and lighthearted, you cannot tell me you do not remember all of the lyrics of, like, the English version. I could sing the full thing, but I'm scared of copyright. That in my throat is a bit shot. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember theme song from the Kirby cartoon. Yeah, and fun fact, that entire series was made to promote Kirby's, Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland for the Game Boy Advance. That was its whole purpose. But then it spun out of control. That, and I think Kirby Air Riders at some point. Because I know in the batch of final episodes, there's one where Kirby goes through a dream sequence of having to ride different stars than the Warp Star. And all of them were riding machines in Kirby Air Rider. But no, that show was good. Like, was it made for a younger audience? Yes, but it wasn't afraid to tackle rougher subjects. Like, there's straight up one episode where Kirby has to come to... Like, the villain of the show tries to get him to fall in love with a robot toy dog, so that it can lure him away and then self-destruct, hence killing Kirby. But the robot dog comes to love Kirby so much that at the last second, it throws Kirby back towards land and self-destructs in the sea. And Kirby has to deal with the loss of that. And I'm like, and there was an episode where Kirby had to raise well, he didn't have to, but he raised the egg of a bigger monster he was supposed to fight. And then the baby sacrificed itself for Kirby by jumping in the way of the flame, and I'm like, ah! That show is good. Go watch it. Please and thank you. That, and when it did its environmental stuff, they properly tied it. I probably only saw the first 10-ish episodes of it. Also, King Dedede in that show is just hilarious. That and, like, did King Dedede suck? Yes, but that was just because he was a spoiled brat. There were episodes where he did snap out of it and actually was a good person. But then once he got back to being his, like, royals, like, once he had the life of luxury again, then he would swap back to his nasty roots. There was one episode where they all thought the end of the world was going to happen, and King Dedede just built a swing set and played with Kirby on it because he was like, I need to make up for everything bad I've done for Kirby. I've done to Kirby. There was also an episode where they faked Kirby being dead, and King Dedede genuinely missed him. So deep down, he is a good guy in that show. He just is spoiled. Then they actually made me like Chef Kawasaki. Like, if it weren't for that show, I wouldn't even know who Chef Kawasaki is. Aside from Enemy and Kirby. Apologies if this Kirby talk is too much. I just love him. Okay. Yeah, design is a bit bland. Thanks to the anime, whenever I see Chef Kawasaki, I'm like, Chef Kawasaki! Also, we made it back to 2,000 meters. Controller, do not fuck up on me now. Okay, this is officially the farthest we've made it with the Golden Berry. Okay. Oh! No! I fucked up! But we do have a new personal best. Might be good to do some of those screens as practice. I mean, probably. But I'm also stubborn. Okay. Okay, ads are playing, so I will be right back. I need to take a break because I haven't taken a break this entire time. So, BRB. Okay, I'm back. We'll be playing a Celeste. Okay, controller. What's going on? No! What? Why? This is one of the few issues I have with playing wirelessly, is that if I'm positioned wrong, the game just decides, or my controller just decides, what if I want it to be delayed today? Yeah, I have that happen with the wireless keyboard. If I lean back too far, the signal gets interrupted. Well, here's my thing. If I have my controller above my desk, it's basically guaranteed to have a delayed input. Or, like, prolonged inputs. Whereas if I have it under my desk, I just need to bend my legs a certain way so that it has a direct line to my PC. I will say I probably also need to mess with my camera because I can't tell since I'm focusing on the gameplay, but it doesn't feel like it tracks my eyes correctly in terms of, like, blinking and whatnot. Well, blinking, it tracks fine. What I mean is winking. Just gonna have to play Celeste with keyboard like, hell no. My muscle memory is already bound to a controller. You can't make me. Yeah, switching this late would be a bit of a nightmare. Listen, I'm barely able to play certain PC games now, just because I've been playing them a lot. God damn it. Some speedrunners do both, but even though I am for sure certain that we've had more than this many hours, I have now officially played 100 hours on this save file alone. But I know it's more than that because of save file stuff happening just due to my game crashing once or twice. So I'm sure I hit 100 before this, but This is the official benchmark. I genuinely forgot how long like how many hours I had spent by the time I reached Farewell. So I don't know how many hours have been added on since I started going for golden berries. Even when the game lags, it cannot stop me because I've played this level too many times. Fuck! Bum, ba, da, 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 da. I would like to say this about remakes and remasters and stuff like that. I will say, a lot of the time, like, for example, Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD, they do graphically and sound-wise improve the original. There are just a few instances where I don't think that's true. Like, a remake I'm absolutely happy about is the Xenoblade one, because did I enjoy the original? Yeah. Also, the new one is so much better. Okay. We're back to the Dust Bunnies. Ben. Ben. Okay. No! Shit! I need to rant about something. Because I do better when I'm ranting, but I'm not ranting anymore. I don't know what to rant about. Okay. Bork. What are the hearts for? I just like the emote. Fair enough. I do know people do prefer emotes beef or something. No, I fully understand just using an emote for the sake of using an emote. Like, sometimes I'll just use an emote for the sake of using an emote. Specifically mine. I just instinctively try to read into it because I'm like, is that person trying to communicate something? Or am I just dumb? I'm speaking in codes. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past anyone to use emotes to speak in code or something. I was too old to grow up with emotes. I kind of grew up with them, kind of didn't. It's weird. Because I didn't have a phone until like my teen years. So I didn't really have like ways to message people. I also kind of just refuse to use default emoji. Because one, a lot of them are outdated, like, they're trying to be more inclusive, but like, they're like emotes for king slash prince and princess slash queen, but there's no non-binary version. In fact, it just moves straight onto ninja. If I'm remembering correctly. I guess that's why people use custom sticker packs on Telegram. Well, then it's just fun to have, like, characters to go along with emotions. Like, that's why I want more custom emotes, but I don't have money to commission any. Okay, so you'll just have to draw your own when you're, of course, we do drawing streams. No. Mob has spoken. I don't care what the mob says. I suck at drawing. I'm getting more consistent at this section. Which is a good thing. Okay. What? I'm sorry. I don't even know how I messed up there. I just did. Everyone sucks at drawing at some point in their lives. No, here's the thing. I will suck forever. I'm bad drawer. Oh, I thought you were interested in drawing. I am. I just will never not suck at it. It's the poll in your Discord. Here's the thing. I want to draw. Also, I don't want to because it will just suck. And also, Fluffy's the one that made that poll, not me. Because I told him in DMs, you know what, if most of the people say I should put that thing on my throne, I will consider it. And then you all just decided, oh, well, I'm just gonna do that. And I'm like, well, god damn it. Duality of dog. I mean, pretty much. Hello, Lumi! How are you doing? Are you hovering on this or no? Ish either way, but please do not backseat. I don't think you're going to, it's just a precautionary, like it's a... Like, I have it. I have the no spoiling thing as a tag for a reason. I just warn people whenever they ask something like that. Meow. Hello, Fluffy! You feeling any better? Yeah. I'm glad. But yeah, Lumi, how are you doing? Hello. I got scammed and lost my Steam account. How did you... I'm sorry. I'm just like... Do not ask. I apologize. I'm curious, but if it's a sore subject, then I will not. Fun fact, John Doggo, what's up? same people that made the soundtrack for this made the soundtrack for Chicory. Nice! Person, rather. Yeah, no, I get it, I get it. Okay, let's not mess this up again. That's infuriating. The worst part about that section is how long it takes to get there. Because it's not a hard section. It just takes me like 6 minutes to get there on a good run. My hubris. I keep thinking I have enough height to make it over those, but I do not. Meows at you. Do not start the chorus of meows. Because you will start a meow chorus. Don't act like you won't. And don't give me... What did that smile for? But anyway, back to the conversation at hand. I will never draw. Ever. You cannot make me. No, I'm funneling all my peer pressure into encouraging you to art. What if you didn't, though? You don't have to use peer pressure, and I don't have to do stuff. It's a win-win. Have you considered meow? Why must you meow at me? Why? I have done nothing to deserve this. Why? No, but in all reality, I could probably... If I did get good at drawing, I could probably... See, now I'm thinking of potential uses for drawing outside of just Drago Burr. Meow meow. Well, I'm just wondering, like, if I get good enough at drawing, could I, like, do commissions or something like that? That's what's going through my head. Good. I need what? What do you need, Fluffy? Because a keyboard smash does not tell me what you need. Here's the thing I should be working on. Well, then why not work on it? Whole body is ow. I see. I'm trying to go faster on that, but... I need to not go Noom as much as fun as it is. Like, during that section of the level, I just need to... Okay, why phone vibrating? Gosh, I feel like if someone got you Pizza Tower, it'd be like, cruelty, because I know you didn't subscribing all the P ranks. See, here's the thing, Fluffy. You act like that wasn't already on my goal list for platformers. I want to be funny Mr. Peppino Pizza Man. That's a game I need to play. I love that game soundtrack. From what I've heard of it, it's a good soundtrack, and from what I've seen of it, it's a good game. But yes, I crave to be funny Pizza Man. Like the 50 other games I need to play. Yeah, no, I have a lot of games in my backlog I need to play and or finish. After I finish Tuffy, I'll figure out where to go after that. Might do work for another Crab's Treasure. I will say, Another Crab's Treasure is one of those games I would rather want to play sooner rather than later. Come on! I know how to do that segment! Well, here's the thing, Fluffy. Timing those jumps would not be hard if the Dust Bunnies didn't create a gosh dang platform hazard after I've already stood on it. Because then I could take my time. I want to play that one game too, 9 Souls of something. I think it's just called 9 Souls. But that is a game that's also been on my radar, I just haven't... finished it. Yeah, see, Winter, that's why I refuse to play any games like that, because I only have so much time on this earth, and I want to play games I can actually complete within my lifetime without spending 10,000 years. Like, if I were to play an MMO, I would probably only do the main story and nothing else. Just because I know how long those get. The reason why I'm continuing this game, even though I've done the main story, is because it genuinely just makes me better at... One, it is achievable. I've seen people achieve it. Two, it's not constantly updated. And three... because of how much of a skill-based game it is, this will hone my skills for future games I want to play. Like, I would argue I'm probably going to be better at, Rise of P after I'm done with this. Or, like, any Souls-like, just because this is so goddamn hard, normally. Hell, I could probably go back to Hollow Knight and beat that game very quickly. Considering how much time and effort I put into this. Yeah, I'm hot when it comes to precision platformers. I can understand that. Hell, I could probably go back to Super Meat Boy and do a lot better than I have in the past. But I refuse to play Super Meat Boy. The one game this will not help me in. Bennett Foddy. That game is hell incarnate. And I had an actual crash out when I tried playing that. Why? Okay, this will be the last attempt before I take a break. Even if I were to die, like, right here. Just because I missed another ad break and my hands need a rest. Or specifically, my left hand needs a rest. But knowing what I said... This will probably be one of my better runs, just to spite me. No, I'm wondering if I start, just drawing stuff on paper and uploading it to the server when I'm done with one. No coloring, though, just because erasing colored pencils is a lot worse than erasing a regular pencil. And also, people who do paintings scare me. Because of the sheer amount of patience they have, and, like, color matching they can do. I might also have to take tomorrow off just because my hospital bill is due by tomorrow. And I don't want to have to go into like debt collectors type stuff. Yeah, I'm probably going to stream it tonight because I'm not going to stream it tonight because I'm so unwell. So, Kobe, that's perfectly fair. Do not force yourself. Fuck! Okay, yeah, no, I need to take a minute. My hands are killing me, so I will be right back. Okay. I am back. I'm probably not gonna go the full hour. Just because I do have stuff I still need to do, and I woke up late. Like, I need to search for if I have, anything fancy enough to wear at a wedding, because that's happening on Saturday. Okay. Okay. By the way, if people are wondering how I time dashing through things and not dashing through things, there are certain dust sprites I just keep looking at and watching their pattern, and once they start going the direction it's hard to explain. I'd have to backtrack to the area I'm talking about in order to best explain it, but I also don't want to do that. Like, at a certain speed, you can just wait for them to be done. But if they're faster and, like, have more distance, like that dust bunny on the right, like where my nose is pointing at, I wait until it's starting to move up to jump, but that was a bad example. That was a bad example. Because I messed that up. But, like, I wait until I see it, like, moving into position near the top before I jump and get ready to dash, because if I go when it's down below and I jump then, it more often than not will come back by the time I reach the area where I need to go through, and I will die to it. It's kind of the same principle as, like, swinging a sword, firing an arrow. Don't aim at where they are, aim at where they're going to be. Except because I want it to be where it isn't, it is the aim for where it is. It's weird to explain. I'll have to reach that part again to explain what I mean. Because I do want to explain my mental process of how I do these levels. It's just hard when I'm playing it with a golden berry, because if I want to do something as an example, I overthink it, as opposed to just being in a flow state. Like right there, I was about to start talking about, like, why I dash up almost immediately after hitting the spring, but because I was thinking about it, my muscle memory just betrayed me. Also, I actually probably will end earlier than I said I would, just because my left thumb's joint is not happy, and I would rather stop while I'm ahead. Limited launch? What? You have confused me. Making chicken nugget. However, limited launch. Ah! I see your dilemma. I will do... Okay, this will be the final attempt. No matter how soon I die... Just because my fingers are not the happiest right now. Protect the beans. I'm aware. Also, I instinctively just put both headphones on my head, even though I need to not have my left headphone on right now. Okay. 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 Personal best, personal best, personal best, personal best, personal best. No! Ah, God damn it! Well, at least I made it farther. At least I made it farther. If we return to the map, I'm sure I have more deaths than this, but game won't tell you that just because I crashed. Okay. So if you're on Twitch, stick around so that I can raid out. If you're on YouTube, everybody, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed what you saw and want to see more stuff like this, please like, comment, subscribe, and share with people that you know, because it really goes a long way in helping the algorithm know that people actually like my content. If you want to see this happen live, want to join my Discord community, or support me financially via my third or donation page, all those links will either be in the bottom section of the channel or in the description of the video. So once again, thank you so much, and I'll see you all next time. Take care, and goodbye.